Welcome everybody. Let me adjust these audio settings just to make sure y'all can actually hear me tonight. I believe I have the music situation situated, but we'll find out if I get a copyright strike. Anyways, tonight we are working on a comm. I had somebody commission me for what was effectively a non-existent adoptable. I've actually considered making adoptables in the past, but didn't realize people would actually be interested in it, so I let myself talk myself out of making them. But in turn, I created basically a scene slash emo otter punk. I don't know how to explain it. I already got the sketch work done, so tonight we're going to be lining and hopefully starting on the coloring process. I'll probably go with simple, like cell shading rather than full rendering, just because with it being an adoptable, I don't just want to do uh, the character. I also want to include like additional features like the outfit and stuff like that, what the paws look like, all that fun stuff. So, with all that out of the way, go ahead and get started. Obviously, probably be more hyper focused on drawing, but I will be keeping my eye on chat just to shoot the shit with everybody. And in the meantime, hopefully my spastic taste in music isn't too jarring for y'all. But yeah, let's get started. Debating on what actual pin I'm going to use, but I've been enjoying this one. We'll see how it looks and might change my mind. We'll see. Oh, we definitely want to go with a darker color for the line work, though. Definitely going to make the line work thinner, that's for sure. For some reason, I always find like a 7 to be my preferred width. I know. That one needs to be 100%. This one I need to drop down. Also, it'd help if I pick the right layer to draw on. I need to get better about actually naming my layers, but I have gotten in the habit of at least naming my line work layer so it doesn't get super lost in all the chaos. Mm. Looking at it now, I might actually switch to a different pin. I like this pin's texture, but with this basically being a reference sheet of types, I want to make it as easily readable as anybody who might come after me trying to draw this character. See if my remote's gonna actually cooperate with me today. I'm so mad I broke this wheel on this thing. Because when it worked smoothly, it was like one of the best tools for keeping me from having to jump back and forth with the tools by actually manually going over and poking them on my stylus. I need to figure out if there's a hotkey to actually flip my canvas. This would be a lot easier than having to go to the navigator every time. Oops. It's like I realize my playlist must give people whiplash with the random shit it jumps back and forth between. I also need to find more Thundercat. I like. You know, if I actually get enough commissions this month, I might finally be able to afford replacement nibs for my tablet. It's something I need, but unfortunately it's kind of low on the priority list at the moment. Yeah. Fucking hate stink bugs. My apartment has like an infestation of them, I swear to God. Gotta rework this line for this hoodie. Oops. There we go. It's like for this hoodie string, I feel like it'll be too crowded if I give it like a hole to be dropping out of, but my brain also is trying to rationalize where the string is coming from. We'll see. Might erase later.
This is all they had to say.
And there goes my remote. Alright. Back to doodling. Wife had just gotten home. Might help if I didn't have my canvas flipped. Otters have tiny little teeth, so I'm trying to emulate that here. I think I'm gonna wait to do the whiskers on a separate layer just so I can do them as like white or a very light color. Sick. I'm glad it's actually working this time. Thank you. Appreciate the heads up on that. I'll do a Warframe stream when I get around to creating a backdrop that would actually make sense. Right now, I've got it's a CRT and an old school game system, so. It's on a list. It's on a very long to do list. Just do the 1999 quest line. We'll see. When I actually get there, I might make the excuse. Find a mod for Warframe that makes it low res, low poly. Like reskin it to like a PS1 era game. Did something similar with Bloodborne, though they reworked the controls to be like tank controls and shit. I've wanted to play that. Dark Sector, dude. I forgot Dark Sector existed. I remember that being so hyped up in Game Informer and shit. And for those of you who are too young to know, Game Informer was a magazine. The archaic technology that used to be shipped out on a monthly basis to nerds like me. Though we are going backwards and everything else, so it'd be nice if we went backwards and stuff that was actually fun. Like how Xbox Magazine used to have a demo disc that came with it every month. That demo disc actually got me and my friends to buy quite a few games we never would have considered. Pretty sure I had hundreds of them. We got rid of them when we got evicted as kids. Fair. The struggle is real. Those magazines used to be bathroom reading material before smartphones were as prevalent as they are now. And I was behind the times on smartphones and shit. Actually, when me and Kwai got together, I still didn't have the smartest phone. It was technically a smartphone. I could play like Angry Birds on it and shit. It had a touchscreen. But I was also like attached to the QWERTY keyboard that it had. Because it was much easier to type with for me. Still to this day, I'm honestly faster at typing on a phone than I am on a computer, sadly. and to kind of backtrack a little bit, I do want to create another layout for newer games, but I had a BlackBerry Curve that could play Snake as my first. Nice. My very first phone was a flip phone, track phone that I could call and text on. I think it might have had Snake. It's a pretty common game for older older phones. But oh yeah, what I was saying, I do actually want to create a layout for newer games and stuff like that. But I still enjoy playing retro games more than most new games nowadays. Like honestly, I haven't played a new game quite as much as Warframe outside of like any Soulsborns. And before I stream any Soulsborne gameplay, I actually want to go back and try and beat the Kingsfield games because I've played them a lot, but I was also a lot younger and dumber when I played them, so I did not make much progress whatsoever. I tried to go back and play them as an adult, but holy shit. Pre-analog days on a first-person game had the tankiest of tank controls. They made like Resident Evil games tank controls seem smooth. Talking like looking up and down and turning your camera with the shoulder buttons. See, the thing is, in Souls games, I've mastered the art of the dodge roll. I no longer just spam it. I can actually properly time the dodge roll. I am just inefficient at parrying. That's about it. I finally beat Melania, however it's pronounced. That was a fucking bitch of a fight. I'm still not looking forward to fighting that crazy bastard in the DLC, the Lord of Rinzer or whatever. It might just be hype, but from what I've heard, he's like the most difficult boss fight in the game now. I still can't beat Radon. The final boss of the DLC, I've been stuck on him for like a month now. I don't want him to be another Malekith, so I've been steadily playing the game. I haven't just completely stepped away from it, but oh. Yeah, real shit. Bleed was super helpful. I used the like ogre toothed great axe, not ogre. What do they call them? Omen. Like the it's technically great axe, but it looks like a machete made out of the omen horns. That honestly, that weapon in itself has hard carried me through the majority of that game. Because I'm running a strength faith build, and that combo has hard carried me. Like it's the only reason I beat Melania. I tried like prior to that one, I actually really relied on Malekith's sword, the broken rune of death or whatever. But in fights I can't just spam the ability. I really can't do much, and the higher skilled fights don't allow you to just abuse mechanics like that. So subsequently, it helped me learn more of the proper mechanics of the game, if you will. I beat Melania the first time with a Royal Greatsword because strength and build go brr. Dude, what's ironic is uh the Radagon fight itself broke me of even using an intelligence build, because up until that final fight, even Meliketh, I was fighting with the Moonlight Greatsword. In hindsight, it makes sense that I utilize the Ash that I do, because it has a similar like slash attack as the Moonlight Greatsword, so kind of gives you that extra range when you need it. But other than that weapon in particular, I was effectively just spam casting everything, like heavily reliant on that one glintstone sorcery that kind of sends out the delayed sword, because most enemy mechanics that are designed to dodge spellcasting only dodge the initial cast, so that like cast delay then attack. uh it's kind of a cheat for confusing the AI in that game. And then if it wasn't that, for like melee purposes, I did that short sword where you like kind of like just temporarily summon a magic weapon that slashes. You'd think with as much as I played that game, I know what these spells are called, but I eat crayons and play strength builds in every other Souls game, so what can I say? But honestly, I use the FU laser with no FP cost here for wire. Oh, that was an opener. I didn't even discover that wombo combo until they nerfed it into Oblivion. So I used that, but by that point, that FP tier wore off super fast. So you basically get one cast, and I couldn't even like hold it infinitely like you could initially. So it'd be like walk through the barrier, summon whatever summon, and laser beam go burr. Felt like the embodiment of Fire Emblem Laser. One of the original memes. Back before we knew Chuck Norris was a piece of shit. Meteor of Astel with no FP tier was also good. Come to think of it, I'm guessing that's one of the gravity magics. I never used it. Like, I know Estelle is like the giant worm, right? Oh wait, that's their actual neckline. What's funny is like I didn't use shit for the gravity magics, even though one of the first scepters or whatever casting tools I found was the gravity based one in Kaled. And like the funniest shit is I found it live on stream, right? It was an absolute accident. I got trapped in that box that sent me to Kaled. Finally escaped the fucking uh the mine that it traps you in. And come to think of it, I don't even know if I had gotten Torrent yet. Because I was just hoofing it through Kaled. I wasn't even riding the horse. I was running on my bare feet. And as I was running from just like a horde of enemies trying to murder me, I remember seeing like remote fell again. I was seeing like a damaged like ruin type tower. And like I'm already in the process of just probably fucking dying and losing all my runes. So I detoured. It was kind of just like on a whim. Like if I'm gonna die, I'm gonna get something from dying. And I parkoured up the tower, like up the like it was like a broken wall outside of the tower, and there was just a corpse laying out the other side. So like I didn't even know for certain if I was finding anything there. I was genuinely just panic sprinting from either the big-headed birds or possibly one of those giant-headed dogs. It was one of the big-headed enemies that would one-shot me if I let it hit me. And in that process, I just so happened to stumble across uh, that scepter. And I had already decided when I started playing the game that I wanted to get into spellcasting because I'd never spellcasted in any other Souls game. And that just kind of solidified it. But of course, I have the weapon that would make gravity magic more powerful and never used gravity magic. Postcards to enemies. Sign and date Gravity magic was kind of hit or miss. Yeah, and it was super expensive. That was a huge thing. Is I'm literally and figuratively. Uh, even being a spellcaster, I'm still like stuck in my old ways of doing as much as I can with as little as possible. So like my FP gauge was small as hell, and so is my health bar and stamina because I needed to get that intelligence upgraded as quickly as possible. I was kind of poisoned by the logic that people no hit that game and like level 1 run that shit. So in theory, I don't need to have big health bars and big mana pools and big stamina pools because if somebody can beat the game with next to nothing, then I should be able to manage with a little bit of a limited supply. And so far, I've been yet to be disproven, so I can't wait for dude. I can't wait to get Night Rain. Like I'm so I'm so worried that it's gonna lose a lot of its player base by the time I actually can afford it. Because unfortunately, we live in the era of if a game doesn't have 1 million players, it's a dead game, and once a game's a dead game, people stop playing it just because everybody else stopped playing it. And for better or for worse, the folks who stick out Souls games way after their quote unquote death aren't necessarily the most welcoming. It tends to be the get good crowd. And like I'm all for getting good, but I'm also for trying to get people to enjoy shit that I enjoy, so it's kind of counterintuitive to be an asshole to a new person trying to learn. It's kind of what fucked me up with fighting games. Like, I got lucky growing up, and like I was kind of naturally inclined to playing them. And I met a few people in person who fostered that desire to get better at them. It's averaging just under 50k players a day right now. I mean, it's not too terrible, but like I said, the longer it goes on, the more that's going to drop off. And unfortunately, I don't hear many people clamoring for more Dark Rain. Or Night Rain. Dark Rain. Dark Souls and Night Rain slammed into one word. That's actually not too bad. That's a lot more sustained than I imagined. I don't know the exact percentage on that, but it's probably like, what, a sixth of its player base still left? And how many years has it been since it released? I mean, even if it's only been a year since its release, I mean, like I said, some games you would imagine that would have the staying power still lose their player base because of archaic thought processes. Or wait, is 11th months how long it's been? It's not too terrible. It's not my favorite, but caffeine is caffeine, so I will drink my liquid heart attack and enjoy it. Yeah, I am slightly concerned considering how long it's been since I had Celsius. How wired I might be after I finish this thing. But we'll find out. Game came out May 29th of last year, and DLC was December 3rd. Oh, damn. I didn't realize it was that young of a game. You might shit. That's something that I like thinking about while streaming. In case you aren't aware, man, I'm well aware how the human body functions, especially with caffeine. I drink too much of it as is. I'm just not. I'm not. I'm not big on announcing my fucking bowel movements to the world. You're good. I'm just embarrassed. Not that it takes much for me to get embarrassed, but still. Oh, come on now. Now you're making me feel bad. Waste my time. It's never. What the fuck? It's not fully legible because of the angle of the bracelet, but this bracelet does say RAR XD. Just felt fitting for the character design. Also seen adaptation, come back, to come back. What the fuck? Waste my time. It was never mine. What the fuck? Was my mind? Tried my best to give this character like little stubby arms and hands because otters have the little stubby front appendages. What the fuck? It's my time. What the fuck? It's my time. I also noticed on the reference images last night that their little claws kind of stick up off the top of their hand. Not too dissimilar from raccoons. Trying to give some texture to this little fishnet glove. This one could be slightly bumpy since the studs would be facing outward on that side. When I render that, I'll have to figure out a way to make the little pointed texture on that. So those aren't like the outward spikes, those are more like the little pyramid studs. I realize this is a little bit too thick. Real challenge is going to be getting this fish bone necklace to look right. I'm gonna cheat and draw these eyes on a different layer and then merge them afterward. That way I can do this type of stuff. Debating on whether or not I should give this character eyeshadow. Of all the boys, I don't know why they're all surrounding me. Because they're in a cuddly mood. Okay, I think we're done with the line work for the face. Now the real question that I have next is, for this string, do I just do a simple line, or do I thicken the line and hollow it out? So it's more easy to determine that it is in fact like a string. I feel like if I keep the knot that was originally there, it's gonna be too busy behind those hands. Maybe I make it shorter? Yeah, let's make it thicker. Matter of fact, do the same thing we did with the eyes. What we'll do is make this a little bit smaller now. Something like that. I feel like that works, right? Yeah. We'll keep that. Oh, whoops, I thought I was drawing that on the other layer. Glad it worked out. I gotta make sure I go back to the right pin size. Just realizing I misread my own line work. Whoops. Thankfully, it's a pretty easy fix. I might just need to get rid of this line entirely. Now that I'm looking at it, I might have misinterpreted this whole little portion of fluff, because this one comes down much lower than the other one. No, it's not that big of a deal, but it'll bother me if I don't fix it. So many times I flip this canvas to fix the right arm last night. This other arm is starting to bother me. Son of a bitch. Oops, didn't have me to do that. Something like that I feel like looks a little bit better. Let me see if I can fix it with the final line work. feel like that looks much better. So let's do this. Much better. So in the end, that arm's going to protrude out a little bit more just because it's the one over top of the other fist hand kind of dealy. Looking at this one, I should probably make this form just a little bit more rounded. It's moments like this that make me realize I need to go back and sketch like crazy to get the forms down. Oh, I appreciate the follow. Is that... If I'm mispronouncing this, I apologize, but I think Trajan Boggs? Or is it just Trajan? Appreciate the follow. I love having terrible short-term memory. That was Trajan? Or is that still butchering it? Okay. Thank you. Appreciate you swinging through, though. If you don't mind me asking, how'd you stumble across my Twitch dealy? Get this fish. Ah, gotcha. I thought your name looked familiar, but I'm also terrible with names, so could be talking out of my ass. Let me get this line right. Jeez. I feel like I went too thin there. It's like I don't want this to be too bulky because it's just supposed to be like a tiny little medallion, but... I'm trying to think. Your name sounds super fun. You DM'd me a while back, right? I feel like that's how I don't know. My memory is shit. Getting old sucks. Either way, thank you for stopping by. I do appreciate you hanging out. Make these look a little bit more like fish bones. Keep forgetting that I'm flipping my canvas. Alright, that's not too thick. It's achieving what I want it to, though the head is a little bit heftier than I want it to be. I want it to be noticed, but not a focal point, if that makes any sense. Oh, and apologies, I'm hyper focused, so I wasn't even thinking. We are currently drawing a scene punk otter adopt that I got commissioned to come up with. It's kind of funny because I've always considered making adopts, but I also have a lot of self doubt issues, so I didn't think anybody would actually be interested. So, but going back and creating this from scratch at random has kind of reignited my passion for character design and made me actually strongly consider getting back in. Well, not getting back into, but getting into creating adoptables. Because if nothing else, it'll be an excuse to stay busy with drawings and not getting rusty in between projects. Get so much random stuff that I'm working on, trying to keep up with all of it, but some of it does get lost in the chaos. But the cool thing about adoptables is you kind of just get to create them. You don't have to have a specific purpose for it. Oops, a little too far. Oh, whoops, might help if I'm working on the same layer. The dichotomy of my playlist. I feel like that should be good for that little belt. Actually, might have went a little too hefty on that bump right there. Cool deal. Just realized that these little belts are kind of like utility belts. Like they're like little. Obviously, on strip pants, they're not actually utility belts, but they look like the little utility loops you see on like carpenter shorts and shit like that. Maybe I just do something like this. To feign that without doing too much. These back here, just the pleats and the cargo pocket type design. If you didn't know, pockets on strip pants are fucking huge. This way. Jump. Okay. It's like part of me wants to do another karaoke stream like I did back in the day. The last time I did it, I realized how untrained my vocal cords are. Because by the end of that shit, my voice was shaking for no damn reason. Uncontrollably so. It's like I would say my neighbors probably wouldn't be a huge fan of it, but then again, my neighbors are kinda assholes who make a lot of noise at all hours of the night, so I probably shouldn't be too concerned about that. Or I should say upstairs neighbors. The rest of my neighbors are pretty chill. I don't want to shit on the neighbors who are actually considerate. But obviously, if I was doing that type of stream, I wouldn't be doing it late at night either. You know what I'm here for? Break down a Dutch. I wanted to enter the animation contest for this show, but I'm not efficient enough with my animations to get it done in time. Still might do an animation based on the little dance that they came up with, but I'm not gonna push myself to get it done in like a ridiculously small time frame. I still haven't finished the little Bochi animation I've been working on for a hot minute. And ironically, this is probably the first art in a hot minute that I'll actually be able to post the time lapse on TikTok. I haven't been neglecting the app. I just haven't had anything worth sharing on there. So now that it dawns on me, I could have just done the time lapse for my backgrounds, like this one in the dumpster. Big brain. I use it sometimes. No, thankfully, Clip Studio has this fancy feature. Let me see if it pops up on stream. It does not pop up on stream. Hold on. Holy shit, why is there so... There we go. So, like, the convenient thing for me to do for that purpose is to flip it to the 9x16. And most people don't watch a full 60 seconds, so 30 seconds is like the safest bet. But it'll show like the entire process, start to finish, on whatever project I'm working on. Yeah, so like it's very useful. But the issue with my most recent pieces, like the redraw I did, I started it on stream last week, but like TikTok is so hit or miss with its moderation that between the fact a character is smoking a joint, well, the same character is smoking a joint and fantasizing about having his head squished between boobs. On like a grand scheme, like I have an 18 plus page, so it shouldn't be an issue. But people are weird, and I've already gotten enough like dumb comments from people on videos that don't risk getting banned. I don't want to give anybody a reason that TikTok might actually enforce some type of suspension. They're really selective with their actual enforcement, because I've reported pages that straight up spam racist AI content and no violations found. Yeah, TikTok moderation is just ChatGPT. Facts. Especially since it got bought out, it's not gotten any better. Put it that way. It's crazy how these corporations just decided, you know what? We don't need human eyes on anything anymore. We'll trust computers that benefit from allowing polarizing content to farm engagement. Let me actually shrink this down a bit. That's the thing that sucks is, oh, hold up. I mean, the only way to get bands looked at anymore on YouTube is to badger the YouTube team on Twitter, because apparently that's the only still human end user facing team left in YouTube. That's dystopian, but also sadly not surprising. It's honestly why I haven't messed around with YouTube Shorts way too very much. I've seen how the user base treats people on that platform. TikTok's not the greatest, but still enough weird people that it's not as alienating. And same thing with Blue Sky. People come on there and they like try to start shit and then complain about having stuff selectively enforced by moderation, even though the mod team on Blue Sky is like really, it's not the greatest either, but it's just better than the rest. So by comparison, it looks amazing. They at least stick to the freedom of expression into things. It's also kind of funny to see public facing figures, like figureheads of various political affiliation, get bullied and also not have the people bullying them be censored in favor of a specific agenda. It's a pretty fair game, and there's nowhere near as many bots spewing weird shit. Oh, thank you. I actually need that. Ugh, it's funny. Earlier, I did a big stretch and then looked over and watched Boo do the like almost identical type of stretch on the bed. I don't even remember adding this to my playlist. Why is... Dude, what the fuck is this app doing? I don't even think this is from my playlist. This should just randomly decide to... Like, I don't have Smart Shuffle on or anything. Dude, yeah, this... I have 5 hours of fucking songs on this playlist. I don't know why it just randomly decided to hop off of my playlist to a playlist I don't even have. Oh, sure. I mean, by all means, I just... with me having a Fat Fair avatar, I wasn't sure how that community would feel about it, but if you don't think it'll be an issue, I'm fine with it. I didn't want you being embarrassed by affiliation. But I also appreciate any support. Oops. That was supposed to be transparent. Also, I'm surprised with you being a computer nerd that you haven't admired my Windows XP theme. Sounds dumb, but I figured a lot of shit out while making this layout based on that old UI. The admiration was applied. I appreciate it. I'm a little bit biased, but I still think that's the best Windows they ever released. And I didn't realize, I remember we had a discussion about Windows 7 at one point. I didn't realize how factual the statement that every Windows ME, oh my god. I did not realize, like, basically every Windows since 7 has just been a reskin of 7. But, like, I saw somebody break it down on, like, a extremely base level, and honestly a little mind-boggling. I honestly forget Windows Millennium Edition was a thing. Oh yeah, my comms are. I'm actually running a sell on my comms at the moment. Uh, Give me 1 second. I know there's a link on Twitch.com, but I know mobile is a little bit wonky to navigate. I have this comm and 2 others currently in my wait list, but I'm running 50% off sale at the moment just to try and cover my doctor's appointment at the end of the month and help catch up on bills where I can. And so far, once VGen and Stripe allow me to take my money out, in theory, I think I have the doctor's bill covered. So, as long as I don't get hit with any surprise charges on that, everything else that I make from now is just helping with bills. Man, I'm so annoyed that Spotify decided to just go rogue on me because I don't even remember what songs already played, but I feel like this one might have. I know this one hasn't. Bro, have you obviously have been hearing this playlist. This has all of that shit and more. I listen to when I'm one of the few people when I say I listen to like every genre of music. I'm not just saying that excluding specific ones. I just exclude certain artists or certain like types of those individual genres. I've got chiptune, I've got hyperpop, I've got Quai future bass. I've got it all on this bitch. Only thing I'm missing, but I do actually listen to on seldom occasions, is bluegrass. But that's just because like I don't know any bluegrass artists at all. I go to the state fair and listen to them perform live. Yes, I haven't played it, but I'm familiar with it. Oh shit, that's right. I remember hearing about that. Why does my nib keep? Ugh. Priorities. It is nice to see that game designers are starting to acknowledge that fan service can go beyond the Hollywood beauty standard. Especially in the middle of the fucking Ozempic demic that is currently transpiring in real time. Conspiracy theory, they want us to be comfortable with the idea of starving, so they're trying to popularize early 2000s heroin chic again. But anybody who lived through that shit has a pretty good sense of, like, that's not it, boss. That's horrible. Especially those of us who suffered through almond mom syndrome. Give me a second, I gotcha. She got the muscles too. I knew Trajan sounded familiar. It said at the end of the trailer, so it might be an exclusive. A PS5. It said PS5 at the end. Might be an exclusive title. Okay. Uh, it's really, with the way that PlayStation's been talking lately, it's quite the possibility. But from what I understand, their whole stance on sticking with the console exclusives isn't gonna, or not, I wouldn't say isn't gonna, but is more focused on the Sony interactive stuff, which the first Mortal Shells was on multiple consoles, right? I almost feel like it was like it had the temporary exclusivity on Xbox, if I'm not mistaken, but I could be wrong on that. I always miss the like decent free shit on Epic. Occasionally I'll get a gym, but there's a lot of times I miss the good stuff. It's like my nib keeps clicking and it's scaring me because I don't want to break this pin. Granted, the pin for this tablet isn't anywhere near as ridiculously expensive as the walk-on tablet I used to have. Still would be nice not to have another expense I have to worry about. Especially considering without this stylus, I would be SOL on commissions. Alright, definitely heard this earlier. Mortal Shell is available on a wide range of platforms, including PS5, PS4, Xbox Series X and S, Xbox One, Steam, Epic Game Stores, Nintendo Switch, and Amazon Luna. A dedicated enhanced edition for the PS5 and Xbox SS offer a higher resolution, improvised texture, and 60 FPS performance. So yeah, it was on everything. Okay. I feel you on that. I'm not gonna lie. Whenever I do get around to streaming Soulsborne games, I might, if you'd be okay with it, I might bum Dark Souls 1 and 2 off of you with game sharing on Steam. But for sure on Bloodborne, I'm actually going to ask Thomas to see if I can borrow his PS4. Because ironically, for my face cam streaming days, I still have a capture card. Still have the Elgato like 60 FPS one, not the 4K one, but the one that was for like 1080p. And personally, I'm not worried about streaming anything in 4K until it's more viable. Code Vein sequel was disappointing because it was single player only, even though it's a Souls-like game. Was that the one that released recently? You have a PS4, a capture card, and Bloodborne? I mean, shit, if you want to let me borrow your PS4. I just know my brother really doesn't play games that much anymore. I'm gonna res my Twitch and that works. Damn it. Jazz just pointed out I think he gave my not my his PS4 to my nephews. Shit. That plan's out the window. On it, maybe either I get successful enough with art or finally get a real job. Can fund a PS4 again. I don't think I'll ever buy a PS5. I was tempted at one point just for the Demon Souls remake, but with all the shit going on with AI making everything too damn expensive, I'm not about to pay for a new console that's more expensive now than it was at release years ago because our economy is so fucked. And the irony in that is like there's people who actually defend that, but also the people defending it are typically so young that they didn't live through the era of consoles releasing cheaper versions of themselves later in life, right before a new console came out, like the slim PS2 or the PS1 that was like rounded and that type of shit. No, I'm not hating on it. I think that was a great thing for gaming. That's what sustained the life of so many consoles way past when they would have died nowadays. I had a slim PS2 myself because, I mean, shit, if you know anything about PS2s, the ones with disk drives and shit always died because they were kind of shoddily made. Same thing with the Xbox 360 design. A lot of that stuff comes from necessity because the engineers were crunched to make a specific aesthetic or a specific design choice that was counterintuitive to the actual performance of the device. But it's cool though, because those first generation Xbox 360s had an hourglass shape to it. Johnny tripped on the controller cable of our first PS2 and it crashed to the ground and never powered on again. Dude, dude, that's how our slim PS2 died. Somebody walked through the living room while I was playing and yanked it off the top of the entertainment center. And this is one of those big CRT entertainment centers. So, like, thing fell 4 or 5 feet. He was running and it was on top of a dresser as tall as me back then. Was it? I thought it was Warriors, but yes, yes, I'm familiar. That fever dream of a alternate universe. Oh, nah. I actually wanted to play those things, but it's too much of a money investment back then. Or are you talking about a game? Because if you're talking about a game, I didn't even know they came out with a game. Dungeon Dice Monsters. It's a bit ironic I didn't get into D&D until as in late in life as I did, because I loved tactics games like that. Like, I wish you didn't have to download mods just to get XCOM 2 to run decent. Otherwise, I'd stream it, but I hate tinkering with mods. There's only a few games I will go through the process of taking the time to get mods set up for. Oh shit, I'm actually done with the line work? Still gotta do the whiskers, but I think I'm actually done with the line work. Let's fucking go. It was stone Yu-Gi-Oh pieces. You moved like chess pieces, and they auto battled when you took them. Took an enemy piece. I thought that's how the Duelist of Roses played. God damn, I need to go back and play those. I remember the capsule monster game in the manga. Now, I can't remember if that was before or after the huge shift in the tone of Yu-Gi-Oh's manga. Because originally the manga was like a death game series. The Pharaoh was out here murdering people and setting them on fire and throwing them into rivers and shit. Duelist of Roses was cards you moved on a field with terrains. Oh, and the capsule monsters was more of like the like you said, the chess. Yeah, no, I was thinking of dungeon dice monsters where you roll dice and the dice unfold to make the battlefield you play across. Pick the kitties up. Oh, almost forgot the little wrinkles on this part of the pants over here. I know I've already heard that one. Dude, what was with the Game Boy Advance getting the actual traditional Yu-Gi-Oh games? Like, it had Battle City. It had another one that was like, I feel like pre-Battle City, but it could be wrong. It might have ended at Battle City. It had a few that actually played the Yu-Gi-Oh card game the way that you're supposed to play the Yu-Gi-Oh card game. But everything on like the actual consoles of that generation were like random fever dream interpretations of Yu-Gi-Oh. Like, one of these days I'll have to stream the PS1 game that was like you fused random ass monsters together to get the more powerful cards because like it was too like it cost too much to get actual powerful cards. Like, you could look cards up by the serial number in the bottom corner, but if you tried buying them with like the currency that you earned in game, like, you were better off unlocking that card naturally through progression than attempting to unlock it through that manner. Shit was wild. But like, you could make the four-headed thunder dragon, which was like a super powerful card in that game, by literally just playing four dragons on top of each other. No polymerization card or anything, just plop them all right on top of each other. Alright, we're about to start the flats. Like my beloved Gale of Darkness. Pokemon was kind of the same way with all the third party games were weird. My beloved Gale of Darkness. I don't know if I ever played Gale of Darkness. But see, the weird Pokemon games didn't start till post N64. You're about to have me Googling shit, aren't you? Give me a second. I've been considering reworking this layout because right now it's just a static PNG. But I've been considering making it to where like these windows are actual just like frames I use so I can like group everything and move them around like actual operating system. Oh, I played that. I don't I call it XD. I didn't even know, was Gale of Darkness like a sequel to the original XD? I didn't have a GameCube at that time, but I did play it when I'd like spend the night at friends' houses and shit because you could steal other people's Pokemon. But it's like prior to that one, all the Pokemon games were pretty straightforward. Like you had Pokemon Stadiums 1 and 2. Granted, those were only N64 if I'm not mistaken. Alright, give me just a few seconds. I'm going to step away, but I'll be right back. Alright, I am back. So, where were we? Actually, Gale of Darkness is not a direct sequel, but canonically in the same world as Pokemon Coliseum. Which, that kind of makes sense. I will say one of my favorite features from the original Coliseums was, where you could just insert a Pokemon game cartridge from your Game Boy into the expansion pack. I don't remember what it was called, but the pack that you could plug into the bottom of your that state. Which one was Coliseum? Holy fuck! Was that? Sounds familiar. Definitely heard that one earlier. Oh shit! I forgot about Coliseum entirely. Yeah, no, once I looked it up, I realized the main character looks extremely familiar. That makes a lot more sense. I guess I could try and make the springs in these shoes look right. Let's see if I can get this right. What was Coliseum about? I might have missed out on Coliseum entirely because, like I said, I didn't even have a GameCube yet during the Gale of Darkness era. Most of my time on GameCube titles were spent playing Crazy Taxi, Super Smash Bros. Melee. What else? Uh, Sonic Adventures 1 and 2. Spent most of my time in those games, or on whichever one had the Chow Garden. Like, I played both of them, but more than anything, I played Chow Garden farming because I don't know. I love that game mode. Like, the irony in the fact that so many people have talked about that game that I know for a fact if Sega just embraced it and released an exclusively, like, an exclusive Chow Garden game, they would make a fuck ton of money. But instead, they just let it. They let that entire part of Sonic sit dormant. Alright, now I think I can confidently say that the line work on this one's done. So with that being the case, let's go ahead and start coloring. Alright. Got the base down. Next, we will start with the hair. Make sure nothing's jutting out from the line work. I've been seeing their hair is like a red to black. But now that I see it, I want to go with like a crazy, not crazy, yeah, a crazy color, but I don't know what color. I'm far too partial for purple. That's not fair. Maybe I could go with like that color red rather than a vibrant red like I had before. That moment when I realized I need to not only raise this eyebrow, but need to make it smaller. Why do I do this to myself? Okay, we'll keep that. We'll keep that color in the history. Yeah, okay. do it right about there. It's funny, the animation I did for this, well, not this, but like the like remix to this song, I eventually want to use as one of my notifications, but I want to get a few other animations finished first. Like a good example, since I'm already on here. Give me 1 second. This is still very rough. But this is what was supposed to be my next TikTok. It's just like a remake of that little Bochi gif. Obviously, I still have to add everything, but you get the idea. I want to have a bunch of goofy little animations like this that I can use for various purposes, whether it's follows, raids, etc. Exactly. Goals. I just gotta. I gotta stay on top of it and not let it fall to the wayside. Speaking of, I also need to get the storyboarding done for my comic, because I have like everything. I have like timeline and like general synopsis made, but obviously I can't do anything with it content wise because it is a spicy comic. At this point, I want to set up a Patreon, but I also want to make sure that when I set it up, it's worth it. I don't just want to have sparse updates once in a blue moon. I want to be able to have something like at least like weekly. I also want to get proficient enough at animating that I can do animation commissions. But that, just like my base art, I realize I need to go back and do a refresher crash course with fundamentals, because it has been years since I drew a bouncing ball, or, well, really just basically all of the standard ball animations, like going back and forth and stuff like that. So I think Yazov, I think you saw the Tell Swish stream, and I put a lot of work into it. But at this point, I think I'm gonna reserve that if I can figure out how to properly rig it. I don't know if it's would be through like a bot or like some type of like coding I would have to figure out, but to be like a reactive part of my model when I get any type of alert for the tail to wag, and then just create a much simpler animation akin to the current tail, but have it to where it actually flips back and forth. Rather than just being that one shape slowly going back and forth. We'll see, though. If it's not obvious, I also have a bad habit of having high aspirations and just taking a very long time to execute said ideas. Ooh, let me get my reference image up so I can do the black dye correctly. I think for this part, it's like, do I go with a textured brush for this? Nah. We'll go with a smooth one. We'll go with like a G-pen or something to see how that... I feel like I heard that one earlier. That one too. This works. I'm realizing I should probably be using anti-aliasing for this. Let me see. I really want to make a little animatic to this song using mine and Kawhi's little characters. My raccoon being the one lip singing into the song, and then having Kawhi appear when Vince says, I don't know which one is better, my art or my beach. That's one thing I should just do more so I can have more content for like TikTok and shit is animatics. I think what I might do to stay on top of my other content, whenever me and Sluggy move furniture around, chili mac hamburger helper with chili crisp, tasty. Yes. Also, I know I'm fat. Speaking of the devil, uh, whenever I get him over here to help me move furniture tomorrow, I'll no longer have my computer located right next to my bed, and in turn, I could do more late night streaming. And when doing so, I think what I might do is work on like animatics and shit like that. Have more like obviously I can't be loud because I don't want to wake up my wife while she's sleeping. but it would still kind of just help me keep myself accountable and on top of all of the projects I have started and have no desire to leave unfinished. Because as corny as it sounds, once I get to a point where I'm comfortable animating, so no Lake Night League ranked, I'm not a rager when it comes to League. I think the loudest I would just be laughing at my own failures. Wait, I know Freebird played earlier. But speak of the animated music videos that I want to make. There's a couple of this motherfucker's songs that I want to make, like, animated music videos for with various OCs I have. I'm your duo span swaying every day. Every game. It's for the content, I swear, homie. But I guess since I ultimately want to make animated music videos, and one of the first steps in making any animation or proper animation is to make animatics to storyboard what you want to do, should probably go ahead and make a few animatics to the music I eventually want to turn into music videos. No, this one already played. I don't think this one's played. I know the other one of their songs did, but I don't remember hearing this one in a while. And honestly, now that I think about it, it might be more efficient for me to do 3D animations for some of the projects I want to do. Like, once I get comfortable animating and have like a body of work. Obviously, it'd be easier to find people to work with, but that's not an overnight thing. No, I was wondering who was pushing on the back of my chair. It's my fat cat. I'm like 90% sure that played earlier. So did this. So did this. This was the first song that played tonight. Dear God. Alright, I think that would be a good place for another Kundel. I think that's what it's called, raccoon tail. I'm always afraid of saying the wrong thing. Yeah. that. Think maybe reduce the amount of black on this bang just to not make it too distracting. You ever hear whining at me, sir? Yes, that is my Bubba's whining. I know I heard this one earlier. Dude. I'm so annoyed that Spotify decided to go rogue on me. What's wrong, Bubba? Bubba, why are you whimpering? I have a dog sitting at the foot of a bed looking at me and whimpering pitifully, making me feel guilty. We'll make the nose like a purplish. I guess purple, I don't think that's a ish. I think we'll go with silver jewelry. Use a lot of gold jewelry in that art, so since this isn't my character, I should try not to project too much of my own likes onto the design. Why did that jump outside of the lines? Oh, I think I clicked the actual line, that's why. Oh shit, there's actually gonna be a lot of silver in this one, so that works. Boo boo. Okay. Oh, I guess I should probably do all the metal clasp. There's quite a bit of metal on this character. I'll have to go touch up the springs after the fact, but that's fine. Alright. Forget to put the stripes on the tube top, but I might skip the stripes on the tube top in favor of just a blank color, so it's not any more busy than it currently is. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, I know I heard this earlier. This too. This too. And this. It sucks because I shouldn't have to be going back through this because I have like a 5-hour playlist. But Spotify decided to go rogue on me. Jeez. Also, it doesn't help that Spotify's random, quote unquote, is. It's ass. I was trying to think of a better word, but it's not random in the slightest. They play the most popular songs on their playlist. I have way too much random eclectic music on this thing to be playing like the same 10 songs. I think it was this color teal I was gonna go with. A little bit more green, a little bit more washed out. Switch it up so I'm not just bucket painting everything. It's more efficient, but it also gets boring for me, so I can only imagine for y'all. So like those buttons that are like kind of multicolor blended. So I guess I should probably put more this white color in there. It's not quite white, but it gets quickly washed out by this darker gray. Actually, now that I think about it, I might make this brown its own separate layer. So that way I can just color over it on one of the clipped layers. It took me way too long to relearn how clip layers work. Would have saved me so much work in past years. I'm surprised. With this alternative design, I actually resist the urge of giving the ears gauges. Growth. think that's it for the fur. Go 3. Do the new layer. Oh. Might help if I actually have the right brown color. Question is, what color should I make this tube top? Oh, I missed a few chunks out of the fishnet glove. I'll fix that in a second. It's like, for simplicity's sake, I could just go with a black tube top. I don't know if I like that, though. Way too vibrant. Gray's not terrible, but it also makes the fish kind of disappear. I know it's close to the jacket, but I still think that green probably looks best out of everything I've tried so far. Ooh, let's go with a more muted pink. Yeah, I think that's it. Take the pen, go and fill in these little spots that got turned gray by accident. Also, before I forget, we'll make the little peat pads the same color as the nose. Actually, I don't even know why I'm coloring these that color. Oh, I'm doing the mask, that's why. Because I was going to... Oh. Yeah, I'll do these on the regular color layer. Gotta remember to use logic when putting these flats down to make my life easier when actually rendering. Because when I do that clipping layer, these paws are actually going to wind up darker because otter limbs get darker towards the actual, like, end parts. I know, it's furry, I could do whatever color I want, but if my own personal persona wasn't evidence enough, I like to kind of keep it like the actual animal. I think we do the hair color for the nails, just to kind of incorporate that color in more than one location. And fingernails can always be recolored to another color. Actually, we'll do that just because you would think the hair would be filling in back there. Then again, this part of the hair is flipping outward. Let's not overcomplicate it. We'll go with the initial logic. I just realized I heard that song earlier too. As much as I like it, don't think I've heard this one today. Question mark. Bubber, you are being pitiful. Let's not forget the ripped sleeves. And we'll go with a typical sweatsuit gray. We'll go a little bit lighter. That's too close to the silver. Actually, we can go darker because the silver should be lighter. Resisting the urge to make the fangs gold like my characters. Or my sonas. Oh, I forgot the elastic bands at the bottom of the jacket. These are actually going to go tan and black, almost like a khaki color. Got a little bit more yellow than like... Oh. Forgot a good portion of what's going to be that color on these. Whoops. Oh, I forgot the pleat at the bottom of that one. We'll fix that in a second. Got a few things I actually need to fix similar to that, but can't remember if I've heard this song today or not. Got a nice little influx of bots. I'll have to come in and color that thin line, but everything else I think should be good. We'll find out in a second. Yeah, that's a better color. Yeah, I missed a few spots, but that's cool. Fill that in. Fill that in. A little bit here too. I could have put a buckle on these, but those are supposed to be little belts, so that works. Actually, I think this is supposed to be darker too. We'll worry about that in a moment. Do that. Just to make the zipper look the same as the other one. Something like that to imply the crease. So with that being the case, we will fix this part. Oops. That. Then that, and that, and that, and that, and that, and that, and that, as well as that, and that, along with that, and this tiny little thing, as well as these. Can't forget these little belts. We'll also do this, as well as this. I think this I'm going to make like actually neon green. But theoretically, once we have everything else colored in, I might actually be able to just bucket paint that and not actually have to select it. Then basically all of these platforms Oh, forgot those entire belts. Whoops. Ooh, forgot the... Oh no, that's still part of those. I need to just color that in. Though I don't know if I like that for the black here. We'll go with a slightly lighter color. Because I try to avoid using true black on what's going to wind up black in the final. Because if you go entirely black, there's no way to shade it. Like, I'm talking devoid of all color 000. Go with like something like that, I feel. Let's test this. Yeah, that'll work. And since we already have that color selected, we'll fill that in. And the reason I do this little white layer behind it is because if I miss anything, it sticks out like a sore thumb. So we'll take this. Oh, I need to fill that in. We'll fill these in down here. I really should learn how to use the lasso tool for these types of fills. It would speed up my process. I kind of want to go down and make the bottoms of these rounded to make it look scrunchy, but one task at a time. I definitely heard this earlier. Oops. Don't think I've heard this tonight. Could be wrong. Then let's get that neon green. Oops. Wrong layer. I missed that band entirely. Whoops. The question is, what eye color are we going with here? Could go with like a amber yellow. Nah. I'll go something more creative. Green probably wouldn't look bad. I think green might be the move. We'll just go a little bit lighter. And then I look at my own model and realize I gave myself green eyes. Fuck it, let's go with like a teal. That way there's some more color pop. Okay, we've got all that taken care of. And let me grab Ooh, let me actually color in the eyes with this. I wish I was good at drawing, but not enough to practice. I appreciate the honesty. At least you didn't hit the generic, I wish I had talent logic that always gets thrown around. Don't get me wrong, talent exists. Some people are more naturally inclined to art than others. Like, I would say as a kid, I showed promises and talent, but because I was degenerate and didn't practice as much as I should have, I fell behind and have been paying for it ever since. I wish I would have stayed honing my craft from the young age that I did, but thankfully I got back into art and was able to capitalize on the return to art. But a foundation only gets you so far. Actual discipline is what separates amazing artists from folks like me. I do have to have more confidence in myself, but at the same time, I also need to stay well aware that people earned their skill level. It wasn't a given. Can't make a diamond ring out of a tree, but you can make a cabinet. There we go. Okay. We will finish up the stream by making the fur pattern. Where is my reference? This is what I said. I need to remain on the same layer because I drew on a different layer with that brown, and now it's not doing what I needed to. There we go. Let me... Oh, I didn't do the whiskers. I knew I was forgetting something. Color theory is funny. Because that looks extremely white, but if I go up to an even lighter white, you can see the clear difference. Alright. I'm going to match them, though. I realize I did not match the shapes very well. Oh, sorry, yes, I've got a little over fixated. I'd like to catch your stream, Jet Set. When are you planning to go live? Uh, I normally go live. I want to say 8 to 11. My schedule on my page is accurate, but let me double check that's the time frame I set. I always go for 3 hours, and I believe it's that 8 to 11 slot. Tonight I normally go 7 to 11, but I wound up taking too long to cook dinner, so that's why I switched it up to 8 to midnight instead. Oops. I just realized I missed Brown down there. No problem. Glad you asked. Alright, last little bit. We'll do some eyeshadow because I've already run over a little bit, but good taste. That is an amazing game, and so I went back to play it. I did not realize how much I missed of that game as a kid. Originally, I was just planning on like playing through and beating it. It's like a standard playthrough. But this other streamer, Feather Data, has actually come in and like been a lifesaver throughout the entire process. And they've shown me how to get like all the challenges and coached me through actually completing them. So since it's taken me probably as long as it would have taken to beat the game by myself naturally, I'm gonna go ahead and go through the process of 100%ing it. Ooh, almost forgot the tail. There we go. Oh, Soft Tops, thank you for the follow. You're popping in right as I'm about to raid out, so apologies for that, but I do appreciate you swinging through. I'm just trying to figure out what shade of makeup I'm gonna give this otter before I go. Maybe a pink? Not feeling it. Do we just go with the same hair color? It actually doesn't look bad. So, I probably won't stream this piece again just because it is a comm and I want to get it done timely. But effectively, how I'm going to finish it is I'm going to add like more reference imagery, like the inside of the paws. I'll do like a color palette, all that fun stuff. It's okay, I meant to join earlier, but was distracted by the Phasmophobia. That's a game I need to play again. It's been, honestly, like I think a couple years before I played Phasmophobia. But you know, I can't blame you. That game is pretty addictive when you get into it. Why am I just not realizing this? I have an issue doing this on my pieces. Did I just put the makeup on this layer? I did. Oh well, it works. But yeah, I'll finish it up. I'll do some light shading on this. Put more reference material, because this is ultimately an adoptable for somebody. And I'll post it to my socials, so if any of y'all are interested in adoptables when I get around to making more of them, you'll have an idea of what they'll look like. Because obviously, I know like a lot of people who are really good at adoptables just do the characters, and that's cool. I'm extra, and I like to offer the additional information, so that way somebody who gets an adoptable from me has that reference imagery if they ever want to commission somebody else to do their take on said adoptables. But anyways, rant over. I do appreciate everybody hanging out with me tonight, especially since I didn't get started until later this evening. Next stream will be Sunday. I'll be going 8 to 11. And depending, I might be finishing up Jet Set Radio Future. If I don't finish it, I'll be finishing the main storyline. And I'll be prepping to do like the post-game content to wrap that up. That said, let me find somebody to raid out to. Who do we got? You know, it looks like Kilda is playing some Slay the Spire 2. It's a game I've been interested in, so if y'all don't mind hanging around, we'll raid out to her, and I will walk my dog because he has been begging me for a few minutes now. But again, seriously, thank y'all for hanging out. I'll stop by and watch more Sluggy printing. Oh, okay, okay, got you. Thanks again. Y'all have a great rest of your night. Take care of yourselves. Have a good weekend. And I will see y'all Sunday.